to catch up. Okay, should cover it. Welcome back to Stiglr for details of our position. My name is Gettysburg, and we're going to continue our 2 days at Gettysburg. In the intervening time, I've added a couple of little improvements to the module. As you'll notice now, you have the fatigue level okay for the brigadiers who don't need more. You've got our extended line to the right marker to correctly rotate, and also added counters. Now I can go through and make sure set. Three. Here, okay. Everything is good now. So in the last lecture, we have just switched over to the coil top hour. This is going to be a pretty big plan because we've got reinforcements coming in from both sides. Notably, for Confederate forces, we're going to see the first troops coming in here. Low. Low division. So we've got here area 2. Area 3. Iverson to go 4. Just north of the South Roads Division and begin to threaten Gettysburg itself. 12 o'clock and 11 to units coming in. Second, yeah, third. Yes, we did. Anyway, but here where the action is, if you remember, it's with Gettysburg Brigade rushed Schoolhouse and Ferris Ridge, and while they managed to push move his cavalry back over the ridge, and they took a bit of a pounding here, with this unit making an assault on the outflank artillery unit here. Some kind of a bit of nervousness. So it also makes it very, very important as to who wins the initiative for this either side has its full military field yet, so we have no other applications to this battle other than the Confederates will get +1 on the die roll. The 3, the Union was a 6, so the Union will have initiative. Give it all. Alright, now let's go through the process of determining efficiency. So we've already moved our efficiency markers back, so now we will start with the Union. So now we have 3 units to draw initiative for: Veterans, Corps, Buford's Cavalry, and Howard's Corps, which they're going to stay and march still. We should draw efficiency from that. Now we're going to take all of the Union efficiency markers and put them in a pad. Draw where Reynolds, Cavalry, and the that was second. The Confederate side. Here. And let's see here. Reinforcements loaded. Rhodes Division and Iverson Gay. Let's find out which corps the Confederates will belong to. You can see that these are corps. Where Rhodes Division is second corps. So we have an additional corps. Rhodes Brigades in there. Iverson. Reno. Garnett's Artillery. Battalion. Those are from Third War. Garnett's Artillery Battalion. That's just more. Okay, so that means for the Confederates, let's first lay the head of all the Union markers. Then again on the third ones, and then when I run for fill, clear the declare markers, go off to the side, to the side's market check, start, and now we start the process of determining efficiency and figuring out how many activation markers to place in the pack for our various forces. So since we have a Confederate chart open here, we start with Ram. He represents the forces. He has an efficiency of 2. But because he is himself, they will have an efficiency of 2 when they enter the so 2 for you. 8 Hill, who is already on the map, has a 3. Yeah. Pender, who is already on the map, has 1. So Pender will have 4 activation markers. And we also see early, who I believe is Rose. He does not have anything, so they will start with 2. Others also do not have initiatives, so this place all of their activation markers to the head. So let's start with Yule. Rose division. And then they will have 2. There's 2 in there. Bill has 3. Keith will have 3. Pender, command skills will have 3. Alright, now for the Union, we will their chart here and repeat the first Reynolds. He has a 2. Reynolds himself can add 1 to 3 of within his radius. And our commanders, Wadsworth and Doubleday, do not themselves add any activations. So Reynolds can decide to give 1 unit under his command 3, and the other will have 2. Skip the third they're out of time. They can't get it. It's going to be either Doubleday or Wadsworth. Wadsworth is going. Wadsworth is actually determined what is going to be. So he will then get Doubleday. So Doubleday will have 3. I'm not actually going to put the Union and into the cat because we have to decide who is going to start. Robinson. He was on the command who gets one fewer. So one, and Union is going to have to hope that the March chip comes out and that Robinson can successfully change the orders or the Robinson positional chip comes out of the hat. The chance to March. The only way he can fix that is simply by get close enough to Reynolds, and then Reynolds has him within his radius, and will be able to change the order to a free order change. All right. So then we have Howard's tour, who has only a 1. Let's see. Yep. 2 to 4, 11 to 4 and then the additions. Howard. Howard. Road. This Barlow is the division commander. Where is this? Looking over and see, yes, what is it? Replacement Barlow. -1. Howard is second trip. Actually, Howard should have been moved during the even movement phase, so let's replace that problem right now. Howard will actually he will go with the why. Have to go with that. Now, pertaining to our efficiency, Howard and first divisions, which are the map, which are Barlow and from Steinway going to go this turn. I'm not even going to bother to put orders. So, yeah, I'm not going to put anything in there for them. Birds, cavalry, all the ticket them, make 3, you can make 4. Now the union is going to have to decide who they're going to be. That decision is easy. If you'll remember from last time, the union probably should have lost Playthru's 6-gun battery because they put him on a butte and he was very nearly cut off. But they were very lucky that Pettigrew's unit came back to the attack and were repulsed. Now they have an escape. So in order to use that escape route, we're going to start with Buford being the first unit. And now we can take the rest of the units, efficiency markers, and then stop them at attack. To get rid of these right here. Okay. Now we determine efficiency and stop the attack. Now we have to determine if there are any units that are going to be out of command, and thus we'll have to sit out one of their activations. We know that most of Howard's corps is out of command. But it's neither here nor there since they're under march orders. We know that Robinson is still out of command. We have that as one fewer. Other divisions. Let's see, Reynolds here, so that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Northwest certainly will be on the double day. They're all in command. We know that Meredith's brigade Wainwright's artillery is not out. For the Confederates, everyone in East Division 1, 2, 3, 4, they're in command. Pettigrew is in command. Davis is in command. However, for Pettigrew, his range was only 4. The 2 lead brigades are out. They will have to sit out. Activation. Range. And Thunder Hill and within range of all his brigade commanders, so there will be no issues there. Any reinforcements that will be entered are considered to be incoming for their debut. So let's set out for the reinforcements that are due to come on. Start with the Union. And all the clock the Union get the division of 11th Corps. So let's here, Corps, anywhere, and brigades. So, although the Union had 7 corps, a lot of these divisions only have 2 divisions. Normally, they have 3. The Union force is large, but it's not as large as other iterations of this army. Units are mediocre with 5 efficiency or cohesion. Average, let's see what plus we've got. 5. Let's check and see if Schultz was on the last one. He was. And they were under march orders, so I'm actually going to get a skip for the shirts. Let's see if we have good. All right, let's hold on. I'm going to move shirts. Bear with me. Okay, so we have last term is in shirts, third division, and sixth division is 1-1 Ohio Valley. First division to next to there you go. Yeah, I don't even know why I have these shirts divisions. Give us so I'm going to move it. Let's give them three movement, 3 activations for the movement, and let's start with Shenjanovsky. They will enter. Go through all of this unless they're trying to get to a different entry area. And here is a rather good come off this road. So this is a rodeo. It's just a road. Hiking around with black heel. So they only can do one little different X. So there will be 18 total X's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 16. Simultaneity and down. Shirts on. Okay, so I'm going to shine there here, maybe around this pen at the top, and going around the bottom. Okay, except for the needle. Now let's go to the heads. Put that in, put that down from this close to the edge. Let's see if we put let's put them there so look those two dots and up backwards. That is a lot of small berries. Another one where you have to make the guns. So it looks like there's large berries like this. The Union usually gets 6 guns for every apple. Iverson Brigade, Daniels Brigade of Rhodes. Three. We also have 2 million orange batteries of Carter's artillery, and then at Davis 2 million or Rhodes. The Naval Brigade. Lackluster David, also we have Jeff Davis and Morris batteries, artillery, these units on these units for the Rhodes Division only have one activation. I made a little bit of a miscalculation by stopping at black screws of fixing. All right, now we are all set to go. We have elected to start with Buford. Oh, there's orders. Now all units that are in command can make a free order change. See where we are here. Let me do this. This should be a point of attack along the line. We are going to put these in reserve. Look at the moves, and you cannot do straggler coverage. So I'm not going to be able to will stay in the dance. Local girls will change the orders to attack. Entering units, we have to block. We have a really good position behind the Union, so they're going to stay in the dance. All the Union forces are going to stay in march. Defender is going to start to sweep from the south. Defender is going to put his units into these units. They're probably going to block the road anyway. So march. See how what we draw happens for the Union. Buford, I think they're going to stay in advance and try to more gracefully leave the area now that they've got Reynolds behind them. Reynolds has no reason to do anything other than be in advance orders and rebel assaults. This division is out of command, so they better try to change the order of their own. So that's it. Typically, what I change. Alright, so now we can start with we've got two units here that are actually adjacent to the enemy. Should they decide to veer around and leave, those units will get hot shot at that. It's never a good thing, but well, there's not really much for it. So let's start from the back. First thing you want to do is free up this unit here. Let's also note that Gamble has a range of 5, but they're blocked off by Confederate units. So this unit can get out and need fewer, but let's start with Gamble. This unit is going to move around here, top face, get out of dodge, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10. Gamble. sort of like really not much for it. We kind of get out of there. You can get trouble, but anyway. Here's the movement point. Deal with that. Fire one. So half of this unit can fire, half of 11 is fire. So the extended portion of this line is fire. The rifles, we have 5 versus rifles plus 1 for range, plus 1 for prepared fire, and plus 1 for a wanted target, and plus 1 for plus 1 shot at the 4, and 5 maker, and we got a 3, and 4 is 7, so with that 5, 7 is D plus 2, roll for that, they fail miserably, so we make a strength toss, and have to retreat 1 or 2 hexes, they become 2. So I believe that's all they're going to be able to do. This way, but then later on, we've got this unit, also will have 1, 2, 3, 4, so 4 more hits. 1, 2, 4, 8. Rally here on the gamble is going to also try and leave. And so really may trigger fire from the next unit. 6 strength points. This would be a rear shot. So 6 plus 1 for rifles, plus 1 for prepared fire, plus 1 for the target. So 6 plus 3. Ooh! 12. 6 plus 3, 12. So 2 of automatic disorder. Not really. We were saying that people was not going to wasteful retreat casually, but probably like that. Double Ray happens to be in the hex, and was lost with the Maduro, 3. Today is still alive. Okay. So there is Campbell. We move over here. Oh, this unit here clear the way for the artillery. Devon. Sorry, artillery. There, that's a 3 thing. Artillery plus 2. 4. Eight, this railway gets to the run, so it could be away. Let's move on. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is going to be, oh, wait. So artillery, unless they are adjacent to friendly units, not move to a hex closer to an enemy unit within 3 hexes without some risk. You move here, you will be within 2 hexes of this unit within small arms. Equipped. It would be adjacent to a friendly unit, but he has to add 2 for his VDD to enter this hex. So let's do that. Oh, wow. This order. There it is. Stop it. So now, Kevin has to contemplate standing and defending that unit. So, well, nothing to do but dismount and try and defend that back. So let's see, who do we have here? New York, Cavalry. Now, and move into the hex. Here. This unit, which is the 17th Pennsylvania, does not. They will be left with 3 half rounded up strength for the movement allowance of the type of unit that change with infantry all two. Going this way. Alright, there's 7, and that is going to be hit with first random comes out to be Pender. Pender, as we saw, has gone into March, I believe. We put everyone in March, so we can take on Pender's hands. And we get that, and another, and we get double day. So, double day activates, and let's see what we got. Double day, let's get double day troops now. Okay. Soldiers in the position here to watch plenty. But you also want to be careful that he doesn't get sent off by gates. So we already have a pretty nice block here. believe that gas without throwing in the fire because it's considered to be a countermeasure. Whereas here, that's pretty good. Here, this is the content pretty much, so they're actually pretty well themselves as having blue tweezers. Uh, can you hear me now? Will you reply? Just with the audio here.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. I think that should be better. Is this better? Please bear with us. We're trying to sort out audio difficulties. Good. Okay. I had taken my earphones out of my laptop and then replaced them. So that threw the settings off a bit. Okay. So Meredith is basically going to stay there. This position here has left this unit a bit exposed. One thing I did forget to do was to move this Buford's guards kind of out of the way. Can they get out of the way? Not really. Okay. They would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Moved around there. Okay. All right. Back to this unit here, which is front part of Cutler's brigade. They're kind of engaged. They might as well stay there and maybe move in a position across Willoughby's run here to hopefully shield Devon as he continues his retreat. So this unit is going to stay here, engage with the enemy, and we'll just give him some reinforcement. 1, 2. This unit will move up there. and Cutler will stay back here with a bit of a reserve. That's good enough there. This is Raleigh's replacement brigade here. They're just going to await developments here, and let me hide the counters and show you where they are. They are on lower ground here at the base of McPherson's Ridge, and the artillery are back here on the higher ground. Now the artillery are within range of this unit, and so they're going to start firing at it. And they can't see this unit because their own troops are kind of blocking the way. Let me hide that. Yep. They're on the knoll, and their own troops are one level lower than they are, but it would be at a risk to fire over that unit, because if they roll poorly, then their own units have to make a cohesion check, and that's just a stupid risk to take. Let's check the position of this cavalry unit and see if it is at the base of the hill, which it is. So now we have clean line of sight here. So we have 6 Napoleon guns, and if we find our range attenuation, we have Napoleon guns. Let me enlarge this a little bit. Napoleon guns at a range of 6, between 5 and 7, have 0 modifiers. Range 6 is bombardment range, and we have a large target, so that's a +1. They are on a higher elevation and get a plunging fire bonus, +2. So 6 guns with a +2 modifier, and they roll a 0, and that becomes a 2, which probably won't trouble them very much. So we go to the bombardment table, 6 guns, and we get a 2, which is a D-2. With a 7 cohesion, they cannot fail that. So no effect there. Then moving over to these batteries, we have 6 more Napoleons and 6 3-inch rifles. Now we have the option to combine their fire, but when doing so, you should always check to see if one of the gun types has a worse range modifier than the other, and then you would consider whether or not to fire them separately. So at range 6, we already know that our Napoleons have a 0 modifier, and the 3-inch rifles also have a 0 modifier. So let's fire all 12 guns at once with the same plunging fire and large target modifiers. So that's 6 guns +2, and rolled another no effect, basically. D-2. This unit's cohesion is too high, and it cannot fail. Also keep in mind that rolling this poorly, had I decided to have fired over the heads of my own troops, would have resulted in their taking UDDs, because the fire is deemed to have undershot. All right. Now let's go back to this unit here, this brigade, which is here in front. They could actually take up position right here behind that ridge, or or behind Willoughby's Run, and that will give them a benefit if they are shocked. So they are going to do that. The only thing they don't want to do is to cut this unit off from the rest of Cutler's boys. So let's say they will move cautiously forward like so. Leave the Brigadier kind of in the swale. Well, no, leave him there. Very good. And finally, we have Stone, who I think is going to stay there and just fire into the flank of this unit here rather than move. Remember that units in advance order can either fire or move. They cannot do both, as units in attack order can. So let's try that. These units are all rifle armed. This unit is 2 hexes away from all of them. So let's start here. 7 strength points can fire from a hex. 7 strength points of rifles at range 2 yields a +1 for the rifles at range, +1 because that is also prep fire range, and +1 for the flank. So +3 modifier. Wow, getting a lot of low die rolls. So that becomes a 4 on the small arms table. 7 strength points for just a straight lowercase d. And they roll an 8, which is higher than 7. So they are disordered. They have the option to change their facing, but they know that they're going to be fired on here and will get a chance to return fire against them, so they would not have changed their facing to meet the flank shot. The next unit over is the same shot, only it is not a flank shot. The fire goes between a frontal and a flank hex, and you always get the least desirable fire benefit. So it's a shot at the frontal hex, but they do get the rifle bonus and the prep fire bonus. So that's 7 strength points +2. And that becomes a 9. That's going to hurt. 7 strength points, a 9 is a 1 and disorder. They also are already disordered. So the effect of that is that they're going to lose 2 strength points and be forced to retreat. 9. And before they retreat, they will get a chance to return fire, albeit in their disordered state, but with they still get to fire 7 out of the hex, so 7 strength points of rifles at range 2. So they get +1 for the rifles. They do not get a prepared fire bonus, and they are already disordered, so it is unmodified. So just a 7 unmodified. Oh, they rolled a 9. 7 strength points, 9, 1d. So they kind of give as good as they got. This unit takes a loss of 1 to get down to 8. They are automatically disordered. And we roll to see if Stone catches a bullet, and he does not. Now to finish this, we have to retreat this unit 1 or 2 hexes, and we will choose 2 hexes. Now this Union unit here is left without a shot, and that's going to be all for Doubleday's entire division. So we will move the activation chit onto the chart to show that Doubleday is activated, and now we will draw the next. And it's the Confederate March chit, and that is not, well, no, actually that is good for the Confederates because Pender's entire division is under march, and the reinforcements that would be stuck behind it will also get a chance to enter in march as well. So let's get this party started. First off, I'm going to zoom out and kind of get a greater sense of where I want Pender to go. And right down this road looks like a good option. These units will probably be able to make sure that Stone isn't tempted to turn around and try and fall on their column. So I'm thinking we could probably move all the way down into these woods or right behind it and still be safe. So, as is customary with march orders, they have the option to choose how many activations worth of movement they choose to use. Now keep in mind that some of these units are not on the road, so they're going to have to expend some of their movement moving off-road. This means that they can only move 2 activations worth of movement without incurring any fatigue. So that's what they're going to do. And because they do that, they might as well kind of cut the corner away from that road and do it that way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 1 activation's worth, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 2 activations worth of movement, so no fatigue. This unit goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He'll be able to move right in behind this unit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then this unit, he's going to be slowed down considerably by the woods, so let's let this unit move first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. He'll be able to get there. This unit, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, he's still able to make it. Join the column. Moves there. Now the rest of these units will stay on the road, and they'll be able to actually follow the road along here and just move in behind. Well, some of them are going to have to go around the artillery, so again, they are not going to be able to avoid, they're not going to be able to get 3 activations worth of movement without incurring fatigue. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, they'll still be able to join the column. Oh, come on. Steady. There we go. Okay. Jimmy Lane. Let's move the rest of the brigade down here. And whoops. That was a mistake. Let's get the whole brigade and move it down here. And position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Move the artillery. It looks like that might be overstacked. Let's see. That is no. That's still 2 batteries. Okay, and then finally, can't seem to put these down. Let me move the brigadier off, and then there we are. Not a very tidy march column, but let's move that. Oh, and then Pender himself, who is still part of 3rd Corps, so doesn't want to stray too far from AP Hill, but leaders have a half a movement point along both roads. Let's see, and Pikes, I believe. Pike and Road. Yeah, we determined that that was going to be the case for Pikes and Roads, but not trails. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So about here, we'll leave Pender there. Now we have more artillery entering here. So let's wheel it up. We've got Donaldson and Hogue. 3, 4, 5. So 5 units for 2 batteries. Okay. Where do we think we would want these units to be? They're right up the gut. So they're really not going to come into play until a bit later. And what's left? Norfolk and Lewis batteries. There we are. And that is, I believe, all for the rebel march. These reinforcements are going to enter in advance. So that's it for the rebel march chit. And we will move it. The march chit here. Stow that. And return to the hat. And we get Rhodes. Rhodes enters here with 1 activation per the reinforcement schedule. And let's see. Daniel has a pretty nice brigade here, but so do the Union. So he's got to be careful that he doesn't get overwhelmed. Let me have a look at the reinforcement schedule and see. I have actually slated the wrong brigade. This should be Iverson's brigade. And then O'Neill. Right, this should be Iverson's brigade and not Daniel. Daniel comes on next turn. So let's move him off to the side here and get the right brigade here, which should be Iverson. See if they're any better. No, they're actually not very good. 1. Oh, they're better. 2. Oh, not good. And yeah, they're not very good. Oof. Iverson has a -2 modifier when trying to change his orders, and he has a U for unreliable. So in the event that he rolls loose cannon, you would make an additional roll to see what type of leadership style he will use at that moment. So that's the epitome of unreliable. All right. So in the next hour, more brigades are going to come on, including this one. So it would probably behoove him to enter cautiously and not take on the Iron Brigade here yet. So let us then do this. We are going to move the artillery onto this ridge so that they can start taking pot shots, and then move the infantry in along here so that they stay out of sight and then are ready to spring across the ridge to the attack. So let's start with the artillery, and we will move King William Battery in along the ridge. 2, 4, 6, 8, and respecting that cavalry unit here of Buford's, we will keep our facing this way so that he doesn't get any bright ideas about trying to come up our flank. Well, let's see. That steep slope for mounted cavalry is prohibited, so he can't come from this direction. So actually, he can adopt that facing. We'll move the others in beside there. Then we will march these boys on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The cavalry has the option to withdraw because this unit moved within 3 hexes, and what would he decide at that point? He's going to stay there. This unit moves in behind in single file. And Iverson will join there. Moving over here, these units on the other side of the hill can kind of move down the road and start to peril Gettysburg immediately, and also give these guys something to think about. So let's see, let's move down the road with O'Neill's men. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But keep in mind that moving on these roads and in this open farmland, they don't actually have to use extended markers unless that road happens to be going through terrain that would normally cost more than 1 movement point. So they'll string along the road here. And the artillery will come in behind. O'Neill will be at the forefront along with Rhodes. Actually, we'll keep the artillery off and move this small unit here. Okay. So there's nothing that Rhodes is really going to be able to do to keep Iverson in command. And given the low quality of the troops and the low quality of Iverson himself, it really doesn't make any sense to try to mitigate that situation. So that's that. We will mark that Rhodes has used his one activation and draw the next chit, which is Pender, and we know that Pender is in March, so we ignore his chits, and I'll just delete it. Pick the next one, Pender again, consecutives, and then Doubleday comes out of the hat next. This will be his second activation of the turn. And we'll return to the scene of the crime here. And what are we going to do? We actually have the opportunity for a limited counterattack here. Let me zoom in a little bit. Yeah. So we're going to have Cutler here. Try to change his orders to attack and then maybe fall on the flank here of Pettigrew's unit. Then the next question is whether or not Doubleday should attempt to activate more than one brigade at a time, in which case we could move Stone in there, kind of completely envelop this Pettigrew brigade before Davis can even get into action. If he does that, the risk is that he would roll low on the coordination table and get confusion, in which case everybody just stands and does nothing. They can fire, but they can't move, and they won't change their orders. We're actually going to try to coordinate. So Doubleday has I believe the 0 in the box there is his command activation rating, and the 1 is actually his brigade coordination rating. So he actually adds 1 to the die roll. So that helps us make our decision, and we're going to attempt to coordinate, and we roll a 7, which turns into an 8 with Doubleday, and the result is that with an 8 on the brigade coordination table, we see that he can coordinate 2 brigades of his choice. Now, I shouldn't have closed that document. Let's get it open again. Come on, open up. Open, open, open. All right, let's just move this off here. Returning to my comments, let's see. Oh, this was a while ago. I'm figuring it's going to be a long day, and the Confederates are going to be making a lot of attacks, and that's the reason why I didn't incur any more fatigue. the Pender March column already has added one level of fatigue to get to okay. So the next level would be 0, and then after that they start having detrimental effects. So that's the reason I didn't push that march a little bit further. Maybe if they could have used a pike, then it might have been worth it to take 4 activations worth and incur a level of fatigue to cover that great distance. But now they're on a side road, so it's a bit harder going. Okay, I'm going to commit to, for Doubleday, I'm going to commit to which brigades I'm going to coordinate before I roll to see if they can change their orders to attack. So I'm going to coordinate Cutler Brigade and Stone Brigade. Those are the two that I'm going to coordinate. And now I'm going to roll to see if Cutler and Stone can change their orders to attack. We'll start with Cutler. He is normal, and he also has a +1 to his die roll to change his orders. So, but he rolls a 0. So with a +1, that becomes on the order change, retain and stand. So he retains his orders and cannot move. Stone down here is a cautious commander, and he has a -1 to the die roll to change his own orders. And he rolls a 9, which becomes an 8, and it's 6 or greater, so he actually is successful at changing his orders to, where is orders? To attack. I also just noticed that he's got a disordered unit under him. That unit will not be able to move adjacent because it's disordered. But anyway, we can now, because of coordination, move Cutler and Stone as if they were in the same activation. Normally, when a division, Doubleday's division, is activated, you move each of the brigades one at a time as a separate activation. And what that means is if there are any attempts for approach fire, withdrawal fire, reaction fire, all of those things, any enemy units that are affected by that can use those reaction fire for each enemy activation. So normally, anytime they have an opportunity to fire or respond to Stone's brigade, and then for Cutler's brigade, they would be able to use those responses. But because these two brigades are coordinated, now they would only get one chance to do any of those things while both of these brigades activate. So you can see that the effect here is to overwhelm the enemy. And to answer you, Blue Tweezers, no, you cannot coordinate brigades from different divisions because the coordination is a division effect. So to coordinate two divisions, that would be at the corps level, and that's not how it works. Colors. Let's see here. Let me check that and see if that is, yes, that is the case. So Cutler is indeed in Wadsworth's division. So what I will do then is coordinate Rowley, or Rowley's replacement, and Stone. I don't want to put Rowley under attack orders, however, but I will live with that. So these two can coordinate. Okay, good catch there, Blue Tweezers. I was kind of messing up there. All right, so Stone and Rowley's replacement are activating as one unit. Oh boy. Rowley is right where he wants to be. So this basically just means that Stone is going to have to make his attack all by his lonesome here. So now the question is, how aggressive does he want to get? He could send these two units to attack both this large unit and this disordered unit there. Maybe try to get them to uh, face shock and maybe rout, because as you can see, this disordered unit, his cohesion is 5 when he's disordered. The conundrum, though, is that if he gets overextended, say we move this unit in here and try to attack there, if he's, say, not successful in the shock and doesn't get to advance maybe out of the way, Davis will be able to fall on that unit and he'll be kind of cut off from his division. A lot of bad things could happen. So I think we're going to use the better part of valor and make the attack this way. We're going to move this unit here onto the flank. Pettigrew's unit cannot attempt to change facing to get that unit off its flank because this unit is in his frontal hexes and is pinning him. So this unit moves up and he's going to fire into the flank of this unit. So he can fire 7 out of 7 strength points out of the hex. So that's 7 strength points of rifles. It's +1 for range. There's no opportunity for prep fire because the unit moved. And the flank gets him another one, so that's a +2. So 7 strength points, the +2 modifier. I rolled a 2, that becomes a 4. I believe that will result in a straight D. Let's blow that up a little bit so it's a little easier to see. 7, 4, it is in fact a D. So that unit checks and rolls a 6, which is lower than 7, so he passes without incident. He cannot return fire because that unit is on his flank. Then this unit is, well, now I'm seeing a conundrum here with whether Stone should stay behind and try to rally this unit or whether it should join the shock. Well, seeing as it's going to be a flank attack, I'm thinking it's better to just make the attack from behind, and maybe we won't need the Brigadier to help in the attack. So he'll move 1 and just facing 2, then move 3. The reason I changed my facing was I did not want to have to attack this unit as well. And if this unit is in his frontal hexes, he has to involve it in the shock. He will get a penalty for basically leaving this unit's frontal fire in the attack, but he will not have to count it for manpower. So that's why I changed my facing so that when I moved into that hex, at the point that you move adjacent to an enemy, you do not get any facing changes. So you're kind of stuck with the way you enter. Now to make the decision about Stone. Oh boy. He's going to stay behind and try to rally that unit. He reduces the die roll by 1, and a 6 becomes a 5. And as you can see, because his cohesion is 5, his staying in the hex made all the difference. So the unit rallies. Stone has to basically stay there and give a stump speech. Also, when this unit gets there, he would have fired into the rear of this unit. So let's do that. Well, no, he's not. He's going to withhold his fire, because if he were to fire at it, this unit would be able to support them with return fire. The way the rules now work, if a unit fires at an enemy unit, that unit facing, provided facing is good, which it is not, can return fire. And also, a unit that is adjacent to the firing unit or adjacent to the target unit can also return fire. So that's why he's just going to not fire and just not run the risk that he will be disordered and for the shock. Okay, I have to take a short bio break. I'll be back in about 1 minute. Hang on. And we are back. Let me check my comments. Let's see. Okay, no further comments. So let's zoom in a little bit here and get to the shock. And Stone's brigade, these two units are going to try to lay waste here to the 57th North Carolina. Can't quite read it. At any rate, we announce our targets. So these two units, the 143rd Pennsylvania and the 159th Pennsylvania, are going to declare shock against this unit. The reason that this unit is not involved in the shock is because this unit is on that unit's flank and not in its frontal hexes. So whenever you do a shock attack, all units that are in the frontal hexes of shocking units have to be accounted for. Somebody has to attack them. In this case, because he's on the flank, he doesn't factor into the manpower. But he will have an effect later on in the shock. All right, so this unit now has to decide whether to stand the shock or to retreat. The first thing we find is that he does not have the option to retreat because he is an extended unit. So his only options for retreat would be this hex here, which is in the frontal hex of this unit, so he can't go there. He has to move further away from the units that are menacing him, so he couldn't, for example, retreat that way because it's just as close to this unit. So he has no options other than to stand the assault. So with that out of the way, we get to the pre-shock cohesion check. So he's got to check his cohesion, and he gets a additional +1 to the die roll because he is flanked. There is a positional consideration for shock. And there we are. Let me zoom that so you can see what's going on. Defender's pre-shock die roll modifiers. You get actually now in the series, it's a +1 if the unit's disordered, and so we'll be following that in the future instead of +2. If the defender is being attacked from the flank or the rear, in both in this case, a +1. And so that's the modifier. So we roll for its cohesion with a +1 to the roll. We get a 5. +1 is 6, so he passes. Then we get defensive fire. Let's move this out of the way. Defensive fire. He cannot fire because the two units that are assaulting him are on his flank and in his rear. So he gets no defensive fire. So now we move into the final phase, which is to determine what happens with the shock. And here's how we calculate it. All right, we have 8 and 9, which are 17 to 11. 17 to 11, let's see, does that qualify for 1.5 to 1? Let's see, half of 11 would be rounded up to 6. So that would be 17 strength points for 1.5, and that's exactly what they have. So what that means for shock is neatly 100 or 1.5 to 1 is a +1 to the die roll. Then we'll take a look at the terrain, we'll hide this, and these buildings and the orchard, I don't believe, have an effect on shock. See, the orchard has no effect on shock. And the buildings also have no effect. Terrain has no effect. Now, we are attacking from the flank and the rear. And if we look at those, we see flank and rear adds 4 to the attack. So now we're up to a total of +5. 1 for manpower advantage and 4 for the positional advantage. The pro-defender one is that this unit is leaving the frontal hexes of this unit to participate in the shock. And so because they're going to be taking pot shots at them, that results in a -1 from the shock. So +5 now becomes +4, but that's still a very, very strong modifier. What +4 means is that even if we roll a 0, which is the lowest roll we can make for the shock attack, we would end up with a 4, a bloody standoff. This takes the attacker retreat out of the equation entirely. So we know that the worst that can happen is a bloody standoff. we're probably going to get a defender retreat, and we might have the chance to get into one of the defender retreats where the defender also has to make die rolls against routing instantly. We also know that they have no retreat route, which they probably would have taken to avoid the shock completely. And because they have no avenue of retreat, that means for every hex that they are forced to retreat, that turns into a casualty. Okay, so here we go. So we have a +4 on the roll, and we rolled a 7. 7 plus 4 is 11, and we get the worst possible result for the defender. So it says the defending unit retreats 2 hexes, is disordered, and then makes a UDD, which, if it fails, it routes. And the attacker may or must continue shock. Okay, let me explain some of this. If an attacker used an infantry charge to move close, and in this case only one unit, this unit moved up, they charged, but this unit moved up and fired. They did not charge. So together that means that the entire shock did not charge. If they had charged, they would have no option but to continue the shock. Now they are at their option to continue the shock. All right, now, as we know, our defender cannot retreat. So he is supposed to retreat 2 hexes. That means those become casualties. So he is disordered and takes 2 strength points in losses. So that becomes a 9. Put it under this unit. There we go. And he has to make a special stand or route UDD. If it fails with its new cohesion of 5, it will route. We make that, and it's a 2, so he actually passes. So the unit stays on the field, but maybe not for long, because of the strength of the result. These units can now continue the shock. And I thought I had changed this. Let's see, if I change the marker, it will function the way it ought to. Let's see if this works. Yes, continued shock. There we go. So we'll just delete that. And then now we have continued shock. Ordinarily, if this unit were not surrounded, it would retreat, and then these units would be able to retreat with it, follow it up, and get in position for a continued shock. Since there's no retreat possible, we just go right to continued shock. So now we basically do most of the process over again, with the exception of the pre-shock cohesion check. We've already made that. So the unit does not have to undergo that again. They would, in normal circumstances, have the option to retreat before the shock, but as we already know, they can't. So they can't retreat. They don't have to pass another cohesion check, and now they still cannot reply with defensive fire. So we go right to a recalculation of the shock. So now we have 17 strength points versus 9, which is just short of 2 to 1. So the odds are still the same, 1.5 to 1. That's a +1. The positional advantage gives us 4 more for +5. This unit is still attempting to leave this unit's frontal hex, so that's a -1, 4. And because this is the first continued shock, there's a -1 for each successive round of shock that you undergo. So that now reduces the modifier to +3. So we roll for that, and we get a 5. With a 3, that becomes an 8. And there we get defender retreats. Defender must retreat 1 hex and is disordered, and the attacker may or must continue shock. So things are still getting worse. So now the retreat is only 1 hex, and because it can't make that, it loses a strength point. It's disordered, and so it has to make a UDD for a second disorder UDD, and if it passes, it will lose 2 more strength points. 1 because the second disorder causes it, and 1 because it would be mandated to retreat an additional hex. So again, we roll a 2 and it passes the second UDD, but it's going to lose 2 more strength points because it, ooh, I didn't say clone, I meant decrease there. It's down to 6 strength points, which is still right at the halfway mark. So the unit um, is not collapsed. But again, as we saw from the result, the Union have the chance to continue the shock. And given that this unit is really hemmed in and near the breaking point, they are going to do exactly that. The difference here is that, well, the odds, I think, the manpower odds are going to change, and the second shock gets a -2 added into the modifiers. So let's recount the math. So we have 17 against 6. So that makes it 2 to 1, just short of 3 to 1. So 2 to 1 gets us a +2. We still have the same positional advantage, which gives us 4 for rear and flank. So that becomes +6. We're still trying to leave this unit's frontal hex. So now it's +5. And this is the second continued shock, which takes 2 more away. And now we're left with +3 again. Let's make sure I did that right. 17, 6, right. Still 2 to 1. +2. Positional gives us 4, so 6. Leaving here 5. And 2 for the continued shock leaves us 3. So +3 on this roll. And this one becomes a 4, which is a 7, and that is the garden variety. Defender retreats 1 hex and is disordered. So that's still really bad news for this unit because it cannot retreat, and so it is decreased further. And now, because it is lower than half its original strength, it is collapsed. So let us first get a collapse marker out, and we'll place it here for now. Okay. As we know, the unit has been already disordered. So to satisfy the original result, which is defender must retreat 1 hex and is disordered, it has to undergo another test for second disorder. And here it rolls an 8. And it fails, and so it routes. Or let me see, second disorder. Yes. So the unit routes. So we can get rid of all of that. Even the collapse marker we can take with it, because the unit may have a chance to be resurrected overnight, and we will now move it to the Confederate route table, and we put it in, hang on, where's Heath? Heath. Oh, there he is. All right. We put it in the routed units. There. Now, finally, because the hex has been vacated, these units can advance. And they can advance into either of these hexes because it was an extended line unit. So what they're going to do is advance here, and advance there. This unit is only going to advance here. And they can make a free 1 vertex change in facing for each hex that it enters in a advance. Now that shock is concluded, all attacking units are, if they were not already disordered by the result of the shock, become disordered. If they were previously disordered, they would lose a strength point to stragglers. And that's the end of the shock. That's also the end of the activation for both Stone and the Raleigh replacement brigade. So that leaves Cutler to complete the action here. Okay, so we anticipate that Devon is going to keep trying to get out of there. We've already got a stronger position here behind the ridge, behind Hers Ridge, and we don't want Davis to be able to come up and knock these units around while they're still disordered. So let's see, we will cross Willoughby Run with these units. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There. This unit will move here. He's going to leave a space for these units to be able to withdraw through. And I believe that's it for Cutler. And we've already fired the artillery. And oh, then we have this unit here who will try and offer some I was thinking of maybe moving this unit out onto the flank, but he would then become separated. Or would he? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, he can't really do that. But if Cutler were to go into this hex, he could trace. Okay. So this unit will do a little pirouette. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll move Cutler in there. So Cutler will be able to trace through friendly units to exert command control over that unit. So that's good. Um, and I think I'm going to move this unit there. And these units will be able to withdraw backwards through here. So we still have an escape route for them to a rally point. Okay, so that's going to do it for. And then let's think about Wadsworth and whether or not he wants to maybe move closer. No, he's still good where he is. He'll stay there. All right. Now we will move. Oh no. Ah, I made a big mistake there. I should be moving Doubleday's boys. Oh, great. Well, I made a huge, huge error there. Uh, uh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to live with the mistake, even though that is definitely a disadvantage for the Confederate side. I'm going to leave it there and pull the next chit, and it's Heath. Oh, man. Ay, 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 ay. Sorry about that. Heath now activates, and ordinarily he would have had the chance to have done something with that unit that just got routed. But as I said, we're going to live with the mistake and just move forward from that point. I'm going to see if blue tweezers even notice that. Ah, good question though from blue tweezers. The unit cannot retreat into its extended line marker to satisfy a retreat because the unit is being extended is considered to be in both hexes equally. Also, that extended line marker was also in the frontal hex of an enemy unit, and so it couldn't just collapse into that hex, which it actually would do once it got to less than half its strength, or actually lower than 8. It would collapse itself. But because all of that happened during the same shock phase, it stayed an extended unit until it collapsed or until it routed. All right, so we have Heath's division, and they are in kind of a shambles. Pettigrew now only has one unit in good order, two that are disordered, and one which just routed. So his directive for this turn is probably going to be um, regrouping. Oof. This is Pettigrew accepted. This is really not a very good division, as we were finding out. And it's gotten its fangs kind of far out in front. However, the one good order unit could try to capture this battery and slap the cavalry around enough, but I don't know if it's strong enough to do that. They've got 600 men or 12 strength points in that hex. Pettigrew's unit only has 11 left. So making an assault on the cavalry, especially with Cutler and Stone here, probably would not be a very good idea. The other thing mitigating that situation is that these disordered units, because they are disordered, cannot voluntarily enter adjacent to a formed enemy unit. That would be anything other than unattended artillery. So that's going to kind of make their decision for them. So what they're going to do is, okay, Heath is definitely not going to try to coordinate any units. He doesn't really have the basis for a good attack. The best thing to do would be to move Broken Bro forward, but maybe not too far forward to where they're going to get charged on. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to rally in place. So we're going to move Heath up here where he can lend his 2 stars to rallying this unit. We'll leave Pettigrew to rally. Oh, Pettigrew is going to. Ooh. This unit is kind of far out in front and unsupported and could get swarmed. Better part of Valor would be to use retreat movement like that and try to rally the rest of the troops. Pettigrew can move here, but he can't rally that unit because the unit moved. Heath can lend his 2 stars to rally this unit, which has a 6 cohesion, and they rally easily with a 1. They can also change their facing by 1 vertus as part of the rally, which they will do. And that's it for Pettigrew. Davis still under attack. Oh, hang on a second. This unit was extended. Yeah, this unit was extended. Oh, okay. 14, 10, 14. Trying to figure out where this extended marker should go. Should it go next to them? In which case it would have been here. And they could still still make a retreat here. That's a 10. Okay. There. Okay. Okay. I think that's right. We'll move Heath there. Right, so he rallied. Okay. Now I see what's going on. All right. Now on to Davis. He's under attack orders, but probably doesn't want to try to frontally assault these disordered units. They're not that strong. Still, the onus is on the Confederates to advance. So all right, let's move this unit up here. Unit, this extended line, swing around there, and let's collapse for the third movement point, and then just move this unit here along with Davis. Then move this unit over the ridge and support. You can change facing and then move into this hex and then change back. All right. Broken Bro. This knoll, they can kind of sense what's coming behind Hers Ridge. Oh, boy. Well, all they can really do is inch forward, all of them, one hex. Okay, Archer is going to try to rally this unit, reducing the UDD roll by 1. He rolls a 6, which becomes a 5, which is greater than 4, his cohesion, so the rally attempt fails. Collapsed units cannot attempt to rally. So he's got to wait until nightfall to try to find stragglers and bring his strength up. But the rest of the unit, I guess, has to forge ahead. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unit underneath. Pays 1 movement point to shove its way through the other unit. 2, 3, 4. And Archer has to stay there because he's rallying. Man. Well, Heath has pretty much had the stuffing knocked out of him. He's still got a little bit of strength, but the units he's got to use are not very good. These are green. These troops are pretty good, but that seems to be it until Pettigrew fully gets his act together. Okay, so that's going to be it for... Oh, Then we've got this artillery, which has been attached to Heath. Let's move them out of the way and down the road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. To orchards for artillery costs 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This artillery will move up there. And we have more. Yes, we have more Third Corps artillery, but they are, who are they attached to? Excuse me. They're attached to Heath too. They actually should have moved with the March shit that the Confederates had. Well, there's a little tactical error. We'll just say that they did not move to follow the March column because they are attached here. And they missed their chance to change their order, so they're just going to stay there. And that's going to do it for Heath's activation. And we will draw the next activation. I'll check for comments. Yeah, I know I have to be punished, but it just goes to show everybody makes mistakes. Now we have Buford's cavalry activating next. And they are going to try to continue their less than graceful exit. So we'll start with these remnants over here. Okay, let's clear a route back here north of the unfinished railroad. So let's start with Gamble. And how far along here can we get? Let's stow this. The railroad woods. All right, let's go this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's disordered, so his movement allowance is only 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's get this unit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This unit, let's see. He'll have a hole to get through after this unit vacates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. strength point marker with him. And that all. Gamble will move with them. Oh, we still have even more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Move Buford over there with them. So Gamble is finally away. Good order. No, we still have one more unit. Boy, that's a large brigade. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, 6, 7. Gamble's away in good order, and now we have Devon. So now this disordered artillery can leave, and actually their facing would have changed this way because of the infantry that moved in with them. So now they've got to spend one movement point wheeling back around, and they're going to leave from the back so they don't have to shove their way through that unit again. 3, because clear hexes cost artillery 2 hexes to move unless there's a road there. So 3, 5, 7. That's as far as they can get. Oh boy. All right, I think Devon's going to saddle up and get out of there. So now we've got to go and find all these units again and get copies of their full strength unit. So this is 12th Pennsylvania B. It would be this one. Delete. So they're left with 5 of their 9 movement points by mounting up. Then changing facing is going to be 2 movement points. Then 3, 4, 5. Then this unit will mount up. This is the 9th New York. And they'll wheel and leave. That's 2, then 3, then 4. Then finally, who is that? 17th PA A. Whoops, didn't mean that. I wanted to delete it. They'll wheel around for a total of 2 movement points. 3, 4, 5, and Devon will join them. Okay, and then, finally this unit here, which spies the enemy closing in from behind. And I'll stash this. 1, 2, 3, 4. That way. And that looks good. So we've got Buford's cavalry done with their activation. And we can move their shit here. And draw the next activation, which is Buford again. That would be his third activation. And I think they are actually going to use this and incur the fatigue. So I will move that onto their organizational chart. I will show fatigue, Devon, Gamble, and let's see. Before we start rallying, I want to get them into the rear, so we're not going to do any rallies. Let's just start here. 2, 4, 6, 8. We don't want to leave this unit high and dry, so just kind of go and surround it. There's that. And now for Gamble, I think they will, let's see, try to rally just north of Gettysburg. They might be a help against the onslaught that's about to come from the north. So they will skirt the railroad. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Get some branches there in the face. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Remember, this unit is disordered, thus moves slower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh boy. Let's move Gamble there so that he can keep this unit in command. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, we'll move him on the road. And Buford with him. Want to keep Buford on the road because that just helps with any command issues. But we actually, No, it's not going to help them because they're independent, and it's also going to block the road for the Union March column. So let's get off the road. Okay, and this little unit here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, well, no, they can't move in with them because they're from different brigades. They cannot stack. And that's going to do it for Buford's cavalry. Already added their fatigue. And now we're going to get our draw pools back. Pick the next one, Doubleday. This would be a second activation for Doubleday. And we're going to use that. Okay. First thing I want to do is this unit's been left behind, so let's see if we can't make up some distance. You might do well to eventually end up with the other artillery. So he's actually going to mark himself out of command. And let's see. Don't want to get on the wrong side of the run there. Let's take the back way. 2. Now he's on the road. 3, 4, 5. Whoops. 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, what is Doubleday going to do? Well, Heath is reforming in front of him. So this would be a good time to rally. So Stone will hop onto this unit and attempt to rally it. Rolls a 2, that's a success. Unit next to it is left to its own devices and rolls a 5 and is also successful. Third unit here is going to move 1, 2, 3. Remember, these units are in attack orders, so they are slowed. And that's Stone's brigade. Now we've got Cutler's brigade. Now, because the cavalry have left, Cutler is starting to be hung out in the wind a little bit. There's a little bit of a gap here that they could exploit. So Cutler is going to start a bit of a retrograde himself. 1 to do the pirouette, 2, 3, 4 to cross Willoughby Runnigan, and then 5 there. This unit will simply change its facing. This unit will pirouette for a 1, 2, 3 to cross the run, 4, 5. Okay. No morale issues or cohesion issues. This all is in pretty good order. And now we can think about Rowley possibly moving up here to complete the line, because we've got more troops in town that can form the central position. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Two, three, four, five, 6. There we go. The artillery is, what was it attached to? No, that's not their artillery. That's actually that's actually attached to those reinforcements. But we have reassigned it to be under Doubleday. And that's not who we're moving right now, is it? Yes, it is. It is Doubleday. So now we can take some more pot shots over here. Let's have a look at that. Fire here. Hide the units. They are farther than 2 from any friendly unit, so we can fire away. What was that range again? It was range 9. Yeah, let's see if maybe we can pick off a brigadier here. All right, Napoleon's at a range of 9. A range of 8 to 11 or a -1. Okay, so let's see. A -1 for range. We still have a large target. Yep, 8 or greater. They're on the same terrain level, so there's no plunging fire bonus. So it's unmodified. +1 for the target size, -1 for the range. So we roll, oh, a 9. What's that mean? That's 6 guns firing on the bombardment table. Let's see where our 9 is for 6 guns, and is automatic disorder. That's a very good result. And because the unit is automatically disordered, that means that it takes a strength point loss. And Vamos is 1 or 2 hexes at the owning player's discretion. They're going to get down off of the hill and make it 1 hex. They'll also be out of sight. And then we roll to see if Pettigrew was killed. Ooh, a 1. That's close. Leader casualties occur on a 0, so it was close. And now the other guns don't have as appealing a target, but they will fire nonetheless. They do have 12 guns after all, so see if they can make it hurt. That's also range 9, which is a -1 for both of those guns. They are on the same terrain level, so it's unmodified again. And they roll a 5, which is not good for the artillery because that means ammo depletion. 12 guns on a 5 get a D +1, but Heath is in the hex and gets a -2 reduction, so that turns the +1 into a -1, and because the unit has an A cohesion, it cannot fail. So that turned out to literally be a waste of ammo. Okay, so there's Doubleday is finished with his second activation, and we now pull Heath out of the hat. Heath activates, and this will be his second activation. Let's see, still have to rally this unit, and then we can resume operations. Okay, Broken Bro is going to move into this gap here after seeing the cavalry leave. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. Okay. 1. Oh, hang on a second. Let's move that back because these units are still under attack orders, and I don't want them to be. Okay, let's do the order changes first. Well, Heath does have his best units back in good order and only one unit that still needs to be rallied. Davis is already under attack orders. They should maybe try to coordinate. Yeah, Heath is going to try to coordinate. He'll leave all these brigades in attack orders, and he will attempt to coordinate multiple brigades. Okay. So Heath is not stacked with AP Hill, so gets no benefit from that. He gets a 0 modifier for coordination under his own volition. So the most he can do is to roll a 7 through 9 and coordinate 2 brigades. He can roll a 3 to 6 and fail to coordinate, but suffer no other ill effects. Or if he rolls a 0 through 2, confusion will just leave him standing there. But he's behind schedule, so he's going to roll and get a 4, and that's a fail. So he's got to activate his brigades one at a time. Okay. So now let's go back to Broken Bro. they're under attack, so they only get half their movement allowance. 1, 2, 3, 4. This unit needs to rally. 1, 2, 3. It's the wrong way. 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh boy. Oh, that is awful. That unit with Broken Bro has a 2 cohesion when disordered. So, and he's also right at the breaking point where if he were to roll 5 or more on his attempt to rally, he would lose an additional strength point, which would collapse the unit. So that unit is just not worth keeping Broken Bro behind to rally it. So we'll just move him into the grove there and move Broken Bro closer to the front. Archer is similarly going to leave this unit behind and let it try to rally itself. Let's see where the rest of his brigade is going to end up. They're going to head this way and get on to the flank here. They are in march, or not march, but advance orders. So they get their full movement allowance. 3, 4. Got a little bit of an escarpment there. 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Archer will move there. This unit will just straggle along behind. 2, 3, 4. Try not to get lost. Same with the collapsed unit. Just try not to get lost. 1, 2, 3, 4. We also left Archer as close to the road as possible so that he can stay in command for next turn's operations. The artillery is... Okay, the artillery here is going to move up onto this high ground and attempt to shell the Union out of the position they're in now. So let's go 1, 2, because they're still on the road. 3, 4, 5, 6. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go 7 here. Three, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Where Heath's artillery there. And now Pettigrew and Davis still have not moved. So do we launch the assault now, or do we wait for next turn? Time is indeed a wasting. Davis has been girding his loins for a while. Let's get this party started. Davis is going to move this unit up 1, 2, change facing, then 3 to move onto this unit's flank. This unit is going to attempt to change its facing in reaction, and so doing has to undergo a UDD, which he passes. This unit is not going to fire. He's going to just embark on a cavalry charge or a infantry charge. Let's see, what do I have collapsed? Where are my charge markers? Commander, I don't see them. Ah, infantry charge. We'll launch that there. Give us his other unit, which is a 10 strength point. This is going to bring up an interesting situation here. They'll go here, change their facing, and go here. They'll go there. The reserve unit move 1, 2, they're not going to get in the way there. They're going to stop there, and oh boy, that might be ill-advised. They're just going to stop there. They're going to declare a shock against this unit here, and both of them are charging. So if it gets that far, they would get a +1 to the final calculus for the shock attack. And okay, we have some interesting things happening here now. First off, our Union unit has to decide whether to stand against the assault or retreat before shock. Because he is in good order and not disordered, he can retreat without any penalty. He doesn't have to make a UDD. However, because both of his retreat hexes are occupied by another brigade's units, they would have to shove their way through those 2 units, causing them to make UDDs, even though he will come out good on the other side. Another part of that consideration is that Davis's green unit here has to roll against its cohesion to determine whether or not they will even go. Now, let's see when that determination is made, before or after the Union decide to retreat or not. It's important to keep the order of shock phases in order. It's very important. Let's see here. Requirements for shock. Target designations. Where is it? Okay, designate targets before. Perform retreat before shock, then the green attacker commitment check. So the Union has to decide before he knows whether or not this entire mass of 20 strength points is going to be coming at him, or only 10. He's got 7, so it's going to be no worse than an even odds attack. So he is going to stand his ground. Now we decide whether or not this green unit is going to participate or not. Davis helps out with his 1 star, and so they have to roll a 5 or lower. They roll a 5, so they're going. Now we have the pre-shock check for the Union unit, which has a 7. They roll a 4 and they pass. Now this unit gets its defensive fire before or as the rebels are onrushing, they get to fire. They could fire all 7 of their strength points against either unit, or they could split their fire in an attempt to disorder both of them. What they're going to try and do is fire all 7 strength points into the green unit because it has a lower cohesion, and also with the possibility maybe of getting a casualty and taking out Davis, who's probably waving his hat on a saber or something. So they will fire 7 strength points of rifles, +1 for the rifles at range, +1 for prepared fire. So that's a +2, and that's the only benefits they have. So 7 + 2, they roll a 3, that becomes a 5. So they will suffer ammo depletion, and on the 7 table, or the 7 column, a 5 results in a D +1. Davis reduces the die roll by 1, so the D +1 becomes a straight up D against a 4 cohesion. And they roll a 1 and they pass. So, as a result of the poor use of ammo, the attack goes in full bore, and now we do all of the calculations for the shock attack. Starting with the strength, we have 20 against 7, so that is 2 to 1, 1 short of 3 to 1. So that's a +2 for 2 to 1 odds. We have no units are disordered, so none of that comes into play. It's a straight up frontal assault, so there are no positional advantages, but both of the Confederate units charged, so they get a +1. So their total is +3 on the die roll. The +3 also means that they will not incur a attacker retreat result, which is always important. Let's see. Well, let's roll the die first and see what we get. +3 to the roll, 2. +3 becomes a 5, and that result is defender retreats 1 hex and is disordered. So this unit has to retreat 1 hex, and the same problem with having units behind him of another brigade are still extant. He cannot stop there. He has to go at least 1 more hex backwards, and he will retreat in the direction of his brigade there, and he will be disordered. He will have gone, say, through this unit, which has to make a UDD. Stone helps to reduce the die roll so they can only fail on a 9. They pass. And that's going to effectively end the shock right there, with only one of these units being able to advance into the hex, because if they advance all 20, they would be overstacked. They'll advance this unit into the hex and then suffer post-shock disorder for both of the units. Wow. and that's the result of the shock. Now we still have Pettigrew, and we wonder whether or not he's going to move up and pile into stone here and keep the attack going, or whether he's just going to maybe position for next turn. Okay, I think they will try to position for next turn. So they'll move this unit up 3, move this unit up 2, and let's see. Heath doesn't need to stay on the road, so he will go there to lend a total of 3 stars to this unit's rally attempt. Can only fail to regroup on a 9, and it regroups. Okay, and that will do it for Heath. Mark all units as unmoved again, and then move Heath's activation marker to the organizational chart. That was his second activation, and now we move and we draw yet another, and that's Pender. We know that Pender is in March, so we can safely disregard that. Next is the Union March, and here we've got plenty to do. First thing we want to do in the Union March is see if Robinson can change his orders under his own initiative to get his units out of March. We have not pulled any of Robinson's activation chits out of the hat, so he would be able to use that if he can get himself out of March here. That's the first thing we'll try. Roll a 3, and I don't think that's enough to change his orders. Let's see. Look at order change is retain orders. So they have to stay in March. I closed the document again, which I did not mean to do. So let's open it up again. There we are. Okay, so they failed to change their order. So they have to use March, but that gives them the flexibility to be able to use up to 4 activations worth of movement while they are in March. They're also well shielded from any units getting among the March column, so they can move pretty far forward. Okay, well, we've got a good front here, but we have enemy units moving in here, and we've got other units moving in here. So these reinforcements could be used on either flank to good effect. Pender is a very, very large division. And although he's not a huge danger right now, he will be soon. So let's move our march column in this direction and try to get into a position to maybe use these woods and this Willoughby Run as a place to stand. All right, so let's start here, and first of all, we're going to use 3 activations worth and incur 1 level of fatigue because we will have to go around this artillery unit, which is on the road. So by going off-road, that means that you can only use 2 activations worth of movement without a fatigue accrual. So we're going to start here. We're going to move. He's still on a pike. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and only 5.5. So then this will be 6. That'll move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 along the road, and he becomes the leader of the column. Let's move this unit out face. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to go around. Get back on the road. Take Paul with them. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they might as well move off road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then off road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, this is actually only 2 activations worth, so they can do this without fatigue. Let's see if we want to stretch it one more. We're on a collision course there. This is probably as far forward as we dare go. So now could move a division up the road here and have them meet in the middle. Yeah, let's do that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 1 activation. 1, 2, I'll move there and stop out of line of sight of the enemy. And 1, 2, no closer than 4 or 5. There we go. Oops. They're facing. So that's 2. All right. Now I want to see about keeping Robinson's division as much in command as possible because these units still need to drop out of march orders at some point. Because of the Herbst Woods, that's going to really complicate keeping anywhere within Reynolds' radius. So, with that in mind, however, leaders have a half a movement point along roads and pikes. So if his radius is 5, that's 10 road hexes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Same with roads. How about if you took up a position at the Lutheran Seminary? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If he were to be here in this woods hex south of the Lutheran Seminary, how close would he be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still out of range of Reynolds, who has 6. Let's see. Reynolds has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Cary Shoals is the closest he can be to be in command from Reynolds. So he's there. He's in command radius of Reynolds and then also can freely change Baxter out of march orders. However, Paul is still going to have to fend for himself unless I can mitigate that somehow by trying this. Robinson's range is 5. So if I use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and leave Paul and his retinue behind here, his radius is 4. So he's able to one, 2, 3. He can keep 1, 2, 3. He'll be able to reach them along the road and have the rest of the unit or the rest of the regiment by adjacency within his radius. Okay, that's the best solution. So Robinson will be in command of Reynolds using the road. Reynolds will then be able to drop both Baxter using the road and Paul using the road and adjacency, have all of them in order for next turn to be able to drop them out of march orders. Okay. So Robinson's march is in good order. Let's see. Now to decide what to do with the rest of the march units. There's no really good artillery ground besides maybe Blocker's Knoll to head off the Confederates coming down the road, but they're already pretty close to Blocker's Knoll, so we can't command that position. Maybe just outside of town, there's a little bit of a ridge. I'm wondering whether or not to move this artillery there. They're going to have to wait a while for support. That's kind of dangerous. Might be better to just use this time to just place them on Cemetery Hill. So they'll use the road to go back around and end up there. I'm not going to trace it, but basically they would use the road and then go off road to get there. And let's put him on the road for better command when the time comes. Moving further down the road, got Howard's boys here. Okay, they're on the pike, so they get 3 activations worth. Six, 12, 18 at 1/2 movement rate using the road, 36 hexes. Let's see where we end up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll be able to get near the town square. Zoom out a little bit. All right. Stein there. Okay, there's that one. Then we have these guys, shirts, and they can also. Oh, I forgot. That was a fatiguing march using 3 activations worth. Oh, but they stayed on the pike the entire time, so they get 3 free. These boys, though, are only on a road, so they only get 2. They will incur fatigue by using 3. Fatigue, show high fatigue, fatigue. Okay. Okay, let's find out where they're going to get to. All right, so that would be 18 hexes only because they're using the regular road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Man, that pike movement rate is something else. It makes a huge, huge difference in the amount of ground you can cover. Okay, change our facing as we go. Okay, and now we have the reinforcements which are entering, and those are for the Union. Von Steinwehr's division. Did I already set him out? Second? Yes. Von Steinwehr. And they enter at 11, which is also a road, so they get uh, 18 hexes along a road free of. 1 minute. Yeah, pikes and roads get you 3 activations. Difference obviously being the rate of travel on a road is only 1 per movement point. So let's see here. Okay. O. Smith has better troops, so we'll put them in the lead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 18. We need some extended column markers. Steinwehr goes here. Let's see, we did not incur fatigue. And we also have some artillery that goes along with it. All units, 2nd Division and 2nd Division of 11th Corps. Let's find out where the artillery is. 11th Corps Artillery, 101 New York, and G4 US, 101 New York. Ohio, G4 US, 101 New York. That is 2 batteries there, and then K1 Ohio. Where's that? K1 Ohio. Let's make sure I have that. G4 US, 1-1 New York. There we go. All right, so you can get 2 batteries into 1 hex. There they are. And those are the 12 o'clock reinforcements. And that's it for the Union March. So we got von Steinwehr here. Further up the road, we've got Schurz ahead of him. Then we've got Barlow ahead of them. So they're strung out along the road. And their corps commander, Howard, has yet to make use of his leader movement, and he's out here. So he's probably going to cut over a little bit. We check the comments. Nope, no comments still. Still got 4 people. I appreciate you for bearing with me. I think we're getting near the end of this turn, and then we'll be able to call it at that point. Okay. Union March Chit has been expended. So I'll move it onto the org chart. And onward we go. And now we get Wadsworth. That will be Wadsworth's 2nd activation. Let's go back here to the front. And here's Wadsworth. And we have Cutler's Brigade and the Iron Brigade. Now, what are we going to do here? All right. Obviously, no need to attempt coordination. In fact, we can't because Wadsworth only has 1 unit that is in his command range. So Meredith and the Iron Brigade are left to their own capable devices, I believe. Wadsworth has a 5 radius, so yeah, he'll need that just to make the road. All right, so what does Cutler want to do? Cutler is kind of in good position here, shielding the fleeing Buford cavalry. Got a couple of subpar quality Confederate brigades opposing him. The only thing that might be interesting is that we have a bit of a gap that they might try to exploit. Let's see. Okay, we'll start then with the Iron Brigade. They probably seal up some of that if they're willing to give up their woods there. Hmm. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then there. 1, 2, 3. Why? 5 there. Okay. We'll slowly back away. Don't need this. I already sat out in activation. Here we are. Now we've got the prospect of a artillery duel here because these units can definitely see each other. The range is 13. It's kind of an outlier, but TB or 3-inch rifles, that's right around the extent, I think, of their range. Okay, let's zoom in here and see the range is 18. Range 13, they incur a -1, no, -2 modifier at 13 hexes. So that's probably not going to be a good shot, especially considering that counter battery is going to, let's see, who would it favor? 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 guns versus 6. Nah, save it. All right, so Meredith strings out there. Now there's only a small gap between the lines. But let's see, Meredith has a 5 radius. Let's see what he can do about command control. He's not going to be able to keep everybody in command unless he also shortens up this unit. 2, 4, 6. If he moves off the road here, oh boy. He should block the road. Okay. This unit is going to undo its extended line that costs 1. Wait, where did he actually start? He started, yeah, he did start there. So 1 to retract into a clear hex, 2 to do the turn, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, and then again with the extended line. Okay, so they shorten up. Cutler. Cutler, I think, is just going to open fire on Broken Bro. See how they do. So let's zoom in a little bit so we can see what's going on. And don't want to forget about this unit here, which needs to rally. So first of all, Cutler is going to go there, rally them, which simultaneously, oh boy, let's see, shock, flip. Where is, oh, this unit is the one I want. There we go. Gets an ammo supply, and then he will try with a -1 modifier for Cutler to rally. That is successful. Having a hard time selecting this unit. There we go. And with that, he also can get a facing change. He's back to good order. Cutler does good work there. Now, back to the front line, we have range 3 here to these units, and rifles at range 3 have a -2 modifier and are out of range for prep fire, so -2 is the only modifier. 7 strength points, that's a miss. Will they fire back? Yeah, they'll fire back. 5 strength points with the same modifier of -2. They roll a 3, a 1. That'll be a miss too, with only 5 strength points. This unit will also fire without any possibility for return fire. They roll a 0, they miss. Then this unit will fire here, so they will exchange fire. 5 strength points, -2. Man, nothing. 5 strength points firing back, -2. Wow. I did not fire. I did not roll anything above a 3. Nothing but desultory fire along the line. And now we have this brigade here, which can now seal the line. So they will move here and here, and that was 2 movement points, and now they will also refuse the line. And this unit will move here. This unit will move here. This unit will be able to change facing and move here. And that will result in 15 strength points, which is the limit for the hex. We'll move our brigadier here. Well, actually, no, let's move him here. That way he will be within range of all his units and also within range of Wadsworth. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, we'll leave him there. Okay, that's that. Now we have Stone Brigade, which is no different division. They can't move. Oh, actually, it's a good thing we rolled low for all those fire routines because, let's see, no, 2, 1, 3. This is the 3rd division. I'm getting my divisions all crossed up here. Those were, this should only be Wadsworth, the 1st division. Moving. So that's only Cutler, and Meredith. So let's move these guys back where they were. There we go. All right. That's it for Wadsworth. Now let's also position Wadsworth so as much of his force will be in command for the next turn. So really all he has to worry about is Cutler, because these units are going to be out of command regardless. So he has a radius of 5. He's going to have to move closer. Might as well just stack with Reynolds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4. He's so no, he can't do that. Stack there. Now he's close enough to Cutler. Close enough to these guys coming up. Does start to get confusing when you get all of these different divisions from the same corps and trying to keep everything straight. It does get confusing. Okay. So that is it for Wadsworth. That was his 2nd activation. Now we go back to the hat. And we get Doubleday, and that'll be his 3rd activation. Now we have some things to consider. 3rd activation for Doubleday. That's 3 of 1. That's these guns. That's Stone. And also this replacement brigadier here. They are all under OK fatigue. So this would, this would mean that they would incur fatigue and go to 0 fatigue. So now the question is, how bad do I really want to plug this gap? Right now, against Broken Bro, I would think that it's not a must. However, down here, if I hang fire, I might let Davis get off. If we decide to shock back against him with 9 and 8, we might be able to rout those units, but that would incur fatigue, and then we've got Heath ready to pounce on us if we attempt shock. I think Stone is going to have to incur fatigue. and do some fighting. All right, let me check my comments here. No further comments. Okay. And also, yeah, I might as well have him incur fatigue and plug that hole like we planned to do. So we have this. Use left. Move him there because he cannot move adjacent to an enemy unit under advance orders. He'll want to be closer to Doubleday, but I don't think he's going to be able to stay in command. Doubleday is going to have to move somewhere back here. Okay, so this brigade moves to plug the line where I jumped the gun earlier. Now we get back to Stone here, and they are already under attack orders, so they might as well make the most of it. This unit, let's see, would be able to, even though he is in an enemy frontal hex, he would be able to change facing one vertex in order to fire, and he's got to set himself up in position to shock anyway. That's what he's going to do. Change his position, and he's going to try to Yep, he's going to fire. He's going to exchange fire with this unit here. So he's got 7 strength points that can fire out of that hex. Rifles +1, prepared fire +2. That's it. 7 +2, that becomes a 7. And I believe that's going to be an automatic disorder. Let's check it. 7, 7. Automatic disorder. The unit is already disordered, so he is going to lose a strength point and retreat 1 or 2 hexes. So let's get the strength point marker out. But he will be able to return fire. And so he, at the time, had 7 strength points available to fire out of the hex with rifles, +1 for that, -1 because he was disordered already. So he gets a 7 with no modifier, and he rolls only a 2. That result is a D-1. Stone makes it a D-2. His cohesion is 7, so 9 -2. He can't fail. Now we can do the retreat. He'll retreat only 1 hex. And now we've got this unit here on the flank. He's going to fire at Davis and the green unit. So he's got strength points available to fire out of that hex. He's got rifles +1 at range 2. He can use prepared fire at range 2, so that's a +2. 7 +2. That's a 5. That's going to be ammo depletion. And the result is that a D plus 1? 7, 5. Yep, D plus 1. Davis cancels that out with his star, but we see that this unit has a horrible 1 cohesion. So only on a 0 or a 1 will he make his cohesion check. He rolls a 3, he fails, and thus takes a loss and retreats a hex. And does a bullet find Davis? No, he's fine. Okay, now that he's fired, he could, with his 8 strength points, still move adjacent to this unit and attempt to shock it. I think he's going to do exactly that because this unit has a low cohesion. I don't think he's going to stick around, and I've got a pretty strong position there, but no, I'm not gonna do that. So that's all they're going to do, and so they've got 2 brigades for Doubleday. Doubleday himself is in good range of Reynolds, who is within range of Stone easily, but it's going to leave this brigade out. Unless perhaps he I had forgotten that. I was going to stack that there and him there. And yeah, Doubleday can probably improve his position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by moving here. Now he's got Cutler in command. He's got this brigade under command, and he's close enough to Reynolds. That's a good spot for him, out of the line of fire, doing his job. All right. That's Doubleday's 3rd activation. And what's next coming out of the hat? We're getting near the end, I think. Buford's cavalry, that's their 3rd activation. Do they need to incur fatigue? Let's have a look at them. They are under OK. And OK, they're trying to get out. They'll probably be able to sit out a few hours and recover. So they are going to use that 3rd activation. And I will raise their fatigue level accordingly. And complete their exit from the scene. All right, let's start with Devon this time. I'm going to try and get them north of town. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is the artillery down to 8. And 2, 4, 6, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And they are nicely disengaged. Then we'll move down to Gamble here, who is going to skirt town. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 8, and then change facing. This unit still disordered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gamble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9. Reunite Buford with his guards there. Okay. Where does Devin want to go? Let's see. His range is 7. Devin's not going to be able to stay in command. Not a huge problem. There we are. Okay. That was pretty short and sweet. Buford moves out. Whoops. Let's see. Who's next? Heath. That would be a 4th for Heath? No, a 3rd. A 3rd one for Heath. Should he decide to use it. He's... Oh boy. Okay. All right. Heath is not in particularly good shape. I don't think he ever really is. It's just a really poor division, except for Pettigrew, and Pettigrew's taking his lumps. Although we did rally this unit back to good order, they're still in attack. They could just try to cave in this side of the line, and seeing as it is, in fact, the flank, that seems like the thing to do. Unfortunately, Davis is mostly disordered. This green unit with 1 cohesion might never be able to rally itself without help. You don't want to end the turn with all of the units in a brigade disordered, because that means that they are rendered brigade ineffective for the next turn. which limits them to a maximum of 2 activations. So Davis has got some issues and should probably think twice about simply trying to or rally the units that he's got left and hope for the best. Broken Bro could launch himself at the Union line, but both manpower-wise and cohesion-wise, doesn't look like a good fight to make. But eventually, they're going to have to make it. Or they can also wait there for these units to start to tell on the flank. And save their strength for the upcoming battle. Oh boy. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to use Pettigrew to just move forward and do as much damage as possible. We're going to try and repair Davis in the field and hope for the best. We're not going to try to coordinate, so let's start with trying to rally Davis as much as possible. This unit here is the best hope. So we're going to move Davis over there and attempt to rally. This unit is, man, just hapless. So this unit is just going to use withdrawal movement and just back out of the way. Move the other green unit up. 1, 2. And Davis will attempt to rally with a -1 on the die roll. A 3. Success. Unit rallies. All right. That's it for Davis. And he incurs a level of fatigue. Now we get to Heath. We've got this unit of stones, which has kind of turned its flank. And that looks like the best place to just put in an attack and see if we can't get something going here. First, we might try to soften them up. Let's hide the pieces and see what kind of terrain they're on. They're on upper levels of terrain, but they are also within 2 hexes of the enemy, and thus can't be fired over. But these units are far enough away that they can. So let's see if this unit, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let's determine basic line of sight here for here to say there. This unit is on level 1 terrain, we'll call it. This is 2, this is 3, this is 4. So 4 plus 1 is 5. Half of that is 2.5. So the level of terrain that is potentially blocking would be 3. 1, 2, that would be this level. So this hex, if it is closer to him, then the artillery would block. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is equidistant, and because these are all gradual slopes, does not block. So the line of sight does exist between here and there. However, that's still within 2 hexes of a friendly unit, and I can't risk firing over it. That's not good. However, line of sight would extend there, which is not even firing over any friendly troops because it goes through that or over this gap. So that is a good range. So range 9, these are Napoleons or N guns, and let's see what their range attenuation is at 9 hexes is -1. So if they fire at -1, they have 4 guns. Both of them are Napoleon, so -1 for that. This unit is of a small enough size, but there is plunging fire here, so a +1 for that. We have a total of 4 guns firing with a total of a +1 modifier. So let's take that shot. Rolled an 8. That's a good one. +1 is 9 with 4 guns on the artillery table. 4 guns. I roll a 9. That is a D +3. So I roll that, and I get a 1 +3 is 4. He passes easily. Oh boy. All right. These guns will straighten out. See, they are actually on a lower level of terrain than this. They would be firing over this. Let's check this line of sight and see if they can fire. All right. So we have, we'll call this level 1, this level 2. So 1 and 2 is 3. Halved is 1.5. So level 2 would be the only blocking terrain, which is the level he is on. This would be the possible blocking hex. It is 4 hexes from him, 5 hexes from him. So it's closer to the higher unit than the lower, thus line of sight exists. Here we've got 2 Napoleons and 2 H-12 howitzers. Let's see what the range attenuation is for both of those guns. What is the range? 9. Okay, let's bring this back. 9 range attenuation for H-12. H-12 guns, they only have a maximum range here of 8, so they're out of range. The Napoleons have a -1, but there's only 2 of them. Well, that's the only shot we got, so we'll take it. +1, that's going to be a miss with 1. Okay. Let's 2, 4, 6. Let's continue moving the rest of the guns into position. 2, 4, 6, 8. Eagle will stay there. These guns will 2, 4, 6, 8. Make sure that up a gradual slope. Yep, doesn't cost anything because these are low rolling hills. Okay, so that's more of Heath's artillery. Now we'll move up here to Brokenborough and Archer. And oof, doesn't look like much of an opportunity to move up there. Okay, let us see what Pettigrew can do. This seems to be the weak link. So we're going to retract the extended line marker, which costs 1, and then move this unit here. You will not fire. This unit will change its facing 1 vertex and then move in on its flank, pinning this unit, and if they fire into the flank of this unit will be able to support them and fire into their flank. So what are we going to do? We're going to see if we can't get a really good shock result and just dislodge the unit that way. So we're going to declare a infantry charge and see what happens. Stone is under attack orders and has no option to retreat before shock, so we must stand. So we skip that stage and we move to pre-shock cohesion check. Stone, being a brigadier. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Let's finish the movement here. Pettigrew has got to get involved, so he's going to move over here. He's got 1 more brigade. I'll move into position 1, 2, 3. Heath. We'll move back onto the road to aid in keeping these units in command. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now, back to the shock. No option to retreat before shock, so he does his pre-shock cohesion check with a -1, gets a 7, he passes. Now he gets defensive fire at this unit, so 7 strength points of rifles, +1 for prepared fire, that's all. 7 + 2. Ooh, and he gets a 10. That's gonna hurt. A 10. Is a 1 and an automatic disorder. Leaving him with 13 strength points and automatic disorder. Check for Pettigrew, 8, he survives. And now we finish with the shock. So we have 13 and 11, 24 strength points. 24 versus 9. 3-1 against 9 would be 27, so 2-1 odds, that's a +2. Pettigrew is an A for aggressive brigadier, so he adds 1, that's +3. We are attacking this unit on its front and flank. And that, I believe, is a +4. Let me review this. Front and flank is +4. Okay, so +2 for 2 to 1, +1 for an aggressive brigadier, +4 for front and flank, so that's +7 now. Now for the negatives. They are not disordered, and one of our units is, so that takes 1 away. Now we're at 6, and this unit is going to be leaving this unit's frontal hex to participate in the shock, and that takes 1 away as well. So we're left with a total of +5. Oh, and then it was an infantry charge, so we're back up to +6. So this is huge. +6. We roll only a 1. Wow. So the net result is +7 or 7, and that is only a garden variety. Defender retreats once, 1 hex, and is disordered. That is not really what they wanted. Okay, this unit there has 7 strength points, but is not of his brigade. He could retreat here. Yes, he could kind of retreat sideways into this unit's hex and disorder. 9 and 8. No, that would be overstacking. Okay, so he can't do that. He has to retreat through this unit of a different brigade in order to find a destination hex. So he is disordered. This unit has to make a UDD because of the unit shoving its way through with a -1 for the leader. They pass. And that's all that happens to them. These units can now advance. And which unit will go? Well, I don't want this unit on my flank, so I will move this unit in, and I get a free facing change. I'll move Playthru in here, and then we have post-shock disorder, which for a disordered unit represents a loss of a strength point, and for this unit, which was otherwise not disordered, they become disordered. And that's it for Heath. Now, Broken Bro and Archer. Archer's out of command and has to sit out 1 activation, so we'll make this that activation. Broken Bro. Ugh. He's gonna hang fire for now, and that's gonna do it for Heath's division. I already increased their fatigue level, but I do have to raise Stone's fatigue level because this is actually the second shock that this brigade has been involved in this turn. Remember, they fended off Davis in a shock attack, and now Playthru, so they incur a level of fatigue. So now they are up to fatigue level 1. This is where fatigue actually begins to tell, and that 1 will be detrimental to this brigade's units for just about everything. The movement allowance is reduced by 1. If they fire at a unit, there's a -1 modifier for that. If they make a UDD, there's a +1 for that. Yeah, fatigue is not good. So we'll see how that plays out for the rest of the day, or whether that will maybe convince the Union to pull this unit off the line, maybe have it rest for an hour, and maybe get that fatigue back. Okay. Let's see. And also, let me mark that he has undergone 2 shocks. Let's see. Shock combat, add shock, add shock. He now has 2 shocks. Pettigrew has 1. Davis has 1. There we are. All right. So there was Heath's 3rd activation, and now we're getting close to the end, I think. Yes. We have one final Robinson activation, which would be his 3rd. Or no. This is Robinson's only, and he is in march orders and was not able to get out. So this one is ignored. So we're at the end of the turn. Now we do our corps commanders and leaders movement, and we will start with the Confederates. We have A.P. Hill, who is on. He wants to keep Pender and Heath both in command for next turn, at least at the start if he can. His radius is 7. Let's see how far Pender is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But if he uses the road at half a movement point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5 for Pender. So he can get 3 road hexes further away from Pender and still make it. Okay. Heath is just down the road. That's good. So actually A.P. Hill is in a good position. Whether or not he wants to move closer probably isn't going to make a lot of difference, but maybe he'll get out of line of sight just in case and move there. So let's recheck his proximity to Pender again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So Pender will be in command. All right. So the Confederates are in good shape. I don't think the Corps commander for the northern reinforcements is coming onto the map. It's 12 o'clock. Rhodes is the division commander. So no, that's not going to help him at all. Now for the Union. We've got Reynolds here, who commands Wadsworth, who he's close to. Doubleday, who he's close to. They're all in command. And Robinson within a range of 6. So 1, 2, 3, and then down the road 4, 5, 6. He's in command. So Reynolds doesn't have to move anywhere, but it would probably help him to be on the road. He moves here. Doubleday is still in command. but then, let's see, 3-1 Wadsworth. Wadsworth is still going to be an issue. But he's chosen his position, so that's where that's at. Let's now go down to find Howard. We're not sure if he's going to overmove at all, but he can move 20 hexes without overmoving. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. That's the limit of his movement. His radius is 5, so an additional 10 road hexes. Barlow will be in command. Osborne. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Let's see about the reinforcements coming up this road. Shirts, I think, is still going to be out. It's way too far for him, but still better. We don't have any other Union reinforcements moving up, do we? No, don't believe we do. Okay. We already set this up to where Paul is in the 2nd Division, and there's the march columns, leaders there. They were able to go out there. They're in good shape. They'll be in command and be able to drop out of march. Okay, so everyone is in good shape. Let's have a look at our overview map here. And I know this is kind of small, but we should still be able to give a recap of where things are. Okay. So this turn we have the front line is still here at the ridge. We've had Pettigrew attempting to break through and make a dent on the Union, but they haven't been very successful. Davis has taken some casualties. Pettigrew has also taken some casualties. And in the meantime, the Union has managed to form a solid core line stretching from here all the way across the road, but their flank is kind of in the air. Whether or not the Confederates can exploit it, it's another matter. So we have a large gap here with the Herbst Woods here. The Union will probably be trying to move these units up and fortify that flank, but if they go too far, then Pender's division will simply have a different area to be able to flank them from, since they're moving down here. So you got a lot of Confederate units moving into position, but so far they really haven't been able to punch their way any closer to their objective. The Union also have the very weak and ineffective 11th Corps converging here. Let's remove this overmove, since he will have a radius next turn. And they also have some artillery forming up on the high ground there. But so far, the Union also have nothing in front of these remnants here of the Second Corps that are beginning to arrive. So whether or not the Iron Brigade is going to stay here amidst this pincer remains to be seen. So the situation is getting much more interesting at the end of the turn, but we will stop here. This is a great stopping point at the end of the turn. What I will do is move it to 1 o'clock, and I will end our log file, and I will save the game as (1 p.m.). And there we are. So we still have two stalwarts who are still tuned in. Thank you for staying the course. You'll also be able to review this again or see anything you missed once it appears on YouTube as a separate video. And I suppose I can plan ahead to continue this into the 1 o'clock hour. I'm really having fun with this, and it's been a long time since I attempted this battle. So, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, and we will continue to see what happens as the Battle of Gettysburg moves into the afternoon of the first day. So, thanks a lot for attending. I'm Alan Dickerson, or Stiglr, and thanks a lot for viewing another episode of Stiglr for the details. We'll see you next time.